2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanina,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson,
Here.
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
and Chair Hartman.
Here. Please rise and join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is approval of the minutes from our August 30th, 2022 meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. CEO Miyasato.
Good morning, board members. I have nothing to report except that there were two events held recently, and I think we wanted to have a quick report on those. One is from the 50th Annual Elks Law Enforcement Appreciation Dinner that Supervisor Lavanina will speak to, and the 9/11 Memorial that I know Chair Hartman had some comments.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. I just wanted to highlight Supervisor Nelson and I were able to attend the 50th Annual Law Enforcement Dinner at the Elks Lodge in Santa Maria. And some of our employees were honored in front of a crowd of about 250. So those were Santa Barbara County District Attorney Alex Harrison from the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office. I did not promote Alex yet to District Attorney, so sorry about that, Joyce. But it is Alex Harrison. Also from the Sheriff's Department, Gary Wilberding, who is actually going to be retiring, was their honoree, and the Chief Probation Officer's Department from Santa Barbara County Probation Department was Maria Story. So Elks have been doing this for 50 years. I started thinking about it when I was at the dinner, and I was like, my grandpa used to come to this dinner, right? So just a big shout out to all the Elks members and also everybody in Santa Maria that, you know, when folks, I think it's important at this time when some communities are really challenged about how they look at law enforcement, that Santa Maria is still honoring those that are stepping forward, and we appreciate them and the job that our county employees did, and some great stories there the other night, but I was glad to be with Bob and honor those individuals.
Well, congratulations to them. On a more somber note, Ed Quay and the Teen Court commemorated the 21st anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on our country this past Sunday. And I was presented a flag for the county. 50 communities nationwide were given a flag that the stripes, as you'll see in a moment, list the names of the 2,987 individuals who perished that day. And so we'll show you the flag. So this was presented to the county, and it was a very, very lovely ceremony. And we also learned a lot about the teen court that sponsored this. It is a restorative justice program for our county teenagers, and they were involved in designing the ceremony, and it was very touching. And we heard Supervisor Hart and Supervisor Williams also give some very touching remarks. And we'll get Director of Public Works, Scott McGulpin, who knows exactly how to fold up the flag appropriately. Turning, Madam Clerk, to announcements.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We received a request from Supervisor Hartman to withdraw Administrative Item 26 from the agenda today. Administrative Item 26 is from Supervisor Hartman. It is to approve the appointment of Brianna Gonzalez to the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, term ending January 1st, 2025. This is in the 3rd District. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, September 9th, amending the closed session agenda. The closed session agenda was amended to reflect amendments to the Conference with Real Property Negotiators Government Code Section 54956.8 and the respective supervisorial districts. And the closed session agenda was amended to include an additional closed session agenda item under Conference with Legal Counsel Anticipated Litigation, Paragraph 4 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, one case. This amendment was posted online and has been made available to the board and the public. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or on an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note, the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meetings in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press star 6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. Turning to our administrative agenda, I have items A10 and A17. Do any other board members have items they would like to pull?
Madam Chair, A6.
All right. And Madam Clerk, any members of the public?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request from the public to speak on any items on today's administrative agenda.
Thank you. Would you read A6 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 6 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the execution of a contract between the County of Santa Barbara and the California Arts Council for California Creative Corps, CCC, Grants Administration.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight this incredibly wonderful grant. The Community Services Department applied to the California Arts Council for a $4.75 million grant, and we're successfully granted those funds, which is extraordinary and shows the tremendous work that they're doing. And this is going to be able to be used throughout the county and the region. And we're just very proud of the work that Community Services is doing to elevate the arts in Santa Barbara County.
And I agree with you, Supervisor Hart. I've been extremely impressed by how county-wide the arts outreach is, and beyond visual arts to performing arts and expressive of different cultures within the county. So well done. Congratulations. All right, A10.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 10 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency.
Thank you. And do we have Ms. Batson today?
Yes, Paige is here. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Paige Batson. I'm a Deputy Director for the Public Health Department. I want to thank you today for inviting me here today to speak to you about new COVID-19 vaccine formulations. Next. Okay, one of the new Nova vaccines that are available is the new Novavax vaccine. The Novavax COVID-19 vaccine was approved under EUA, Emergency Use Authorization, for individuals 12 years of age and older. This vaccine is authorized as a 2-dose primary series given 3 to 8 weeks apart. Unlike Pfizer and Moderna, which are mRNA vaccines, Novavax is a protein-based vaccine, and protein-based vaccines have been around for decades and include vaccines to prevent hepatitis and shingles. It's important to know that this new Novavax vaccine is not a booster at this time. Next. So the Pfizer and Moderna booster bivalent COVID-19 vaccines include mRNA from the prevalent BA4 and BA5 strains of SARS-CoV-2. And you've been hearing a lot about the increased transmission of BA4 and BA5. So this will help give protection with this bivalent vaccine. Important to note that monovalent mRNA vaccines are no longer authorized as boosters for people ages 12 and above. However, children ages 5 to 11 are recommended to continue to receive their booster with the monovalent Pfizer vaccine. Next. So the Moderna and Pfizer bivalent vaccines were approved by the FDA on August 31st. The Moderna was approved for 18 years and above, and the Pfizer for 12 years and above. The Western States Scientific Safety Group issued recommendations on September 3rd, and shortly thereafter, on September 5th, local health jurisdictions began to receive shipments. Currently, these bivalent vaccines are available at pharmacies, FQHCs, community health centers, private providers, cottage and Lompoc hospitals. In terms of doses, we've been asked a lot about how many doses are available. In terms of federally shipments that we've received a total of 1,900 doses of these bivalent vaccines. Within our healthcare centers, we have approximately 1,000. As far as CDPH, California Department of Public Health shipments, we have over 9,000 doses available in our community. With Novavax, we only have 400. It's based on request, and at this time, the request for a Novavax vaccine has been relatively low. Next. Okay, so with all these new formulations, there's a lot of confusion about the timing of the vaccines, what you should get, et cetera, et cetera. So I am pleased to share that we actually have a very nice chart that clearly depicts the timing of the vaccine, the administration among all these new vaccines. So to the left, you'll see the list of vaccines. The age, I'm sorry, and then you'll see the list of vaccines, and to the right, you'll see the dosing. So for example, if you look at 5 to 11 years of age, Pfizer pediatric, you will see that when it comes to the booster, it is the only vaccine where you can still get a booster with a monovalent vaccine for children 5 to 11 years of age. So it's a very simple chart to follow. It's available on our website. And this particular chart has been pushed out to healthcare providers in our community directly through CDPH. Next. So the next schedule is for children 12 years of age. Again, similar as the previous chart, shows individuals 12 years of age. It shows the specific vaccine, the dosing timing, and then you'll see that forward arrow that shows the bivalent vaccines that are only available for 12 years and up. Pfizer is available for ages 12 and above, and Moderna ages 18 and above. So again, no more monovalent vaccine except for children 5 to 11. Next. And so finally, this is on this last slide, we are getting a lot of calls and we've been pushing out this message. People want to get the new vaccine, the new bivalent vaccine. And essentially, if you are 12 years of age and over, you can get the bivalent vaccine. And the only requirement is that you wait 2 months after your last vaccine dose. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, any questions for Ms. Batson? Supervisor Lavanito and then Williams.
Thank you, Paige. I think that last slide you had up was very clear, and that helps a lot. Can you mismatch? I mean, if you've taken the Moderna, you can take the Pfizer.
Yes, for the boosters, yes, you could, any one of them will do it. And again, because if you're 12, you have to be 12 years of old or older for the Pfizer and 18 for the Moderna. So whatever you choose.
Supervisor Williams?
Can you just explain why the monovalent booster is no longer used in other age groups?
Well, because this is, they want to promote the bivalent because of the transmission of BA4 and BA5. So they're just removing it and they want, it's just the new vaccine for added protection.
And then in the past, we've kind of wanted people who aren't sensitive populations to hold off. I get a sense for how many available appointments there are and how much supplies, 9,000, are out there that anybody should come forward, no matter what their demographic, if they desire a booster.
That's correct. We are not anticipating any shortages in vaccine, although we did receive a notice from CDPH yesterday at noon that CDC will be delaying additional doses of Moderna for a while. So they're encouraging us to use the Pfizer. But we're really trying to push that bivalent vaccine for the added protection for variants BA4 and 5.
And Paige, I have two questions. The Novavax, could you describe that? It's my understanding that it's traditional kind of immunization, so people who may have been concerned about the newer approach used by Moderna and Pfizer might be, their anxieties might be allayed by this new vaccine. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, and that's true because we have other vaccines, as I mentioned, for hepatitis. We give them to children, we give them to adults, as you know, with shingles, anybody 60 years and above. The issue, we really anticipated that this was going to be, we were going to see a huge uptick on this, as a lot of our community, they were afraid of the mRNA vaccine, but we have not seen that. And really, as far as side effects, it's very much like other vaccines, a sore arm, maybe a low-grade fever. So we're not really sure why the low uptake on this vaccine. Statewide, my understanding from the various calls I've been, the uptake is still pretty low. So I'm not sure.
And is it time for flu shots?
Yes, flu shots are already available, and they're available throughout. You can find them at pharmacies. We have them. So we're obviously, with flu season, we're going to encourage everybody to get vaccinated because we really don't know what will happen if we'll see an uptick in COVID cases. Although right now we're seeing a slight decrease. We're not seeing increase in hospitalizations. Or increase in deaths, but with flu, it's going to be, at least for us in public health and for the healthcare community, with individuals coming with very similar symptoms, to be able to discern, if it's COVID or flu. So we're going to be strongly encouraging in our influenza campaign for people to get vaccinated.
And could you talk about shingles since you mentioned it?
Shingles. Well, there's a vaccine available. It's a 2-dose vaccine, and we just encourage individuals to get it, because if anybody's ever seen a person with shingles, it's not comfortable. It's very painful. And while the vaccine itself can kind of slow you down for an afternoon or maybe a day, it's widely available.
And is there an age?
60 and up.
Okay, thank you so
And
much for
and
being here.
and let me correct that, uh, Chair Hartman. It's 50 and up. 50 years of age and up.
Thank you very much. Doctors don't always tell people, and it can be a very painful, awful disease that has lingering side effects. So,
And we encourage that. Our immunization program really pushes that uh, directly with providers. As you all may know, our immunization program, with any vaccine, we work very closely with our medical community, pushing these different vaccines, try and giving them pamphlets, giving them information, because yes, shingles is not a good disease. And so the sooner you get vaccinated, the better.
thank you so much. You've cleared up a lot of my confusion.
Well, thank you.
Madam
Pleasure
Clerk,
to be here.
thank you. Madam Clerk,
All right.
A17.
Madam Chairman,
Oh,
Chairwoman?
Oh, I'm sorry, missed your light.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for the update from Public Health. I just want to take a little bit different direction on this item. You know, over the last 2 years, I've taken some, I've voted for this item, I voted against this item. In part, early on, I voted against this item because I wanted to, let the public know that, we're not in the same level of emergency that we were early on in the pandemic, and that we're moving to an endemic phase. Later on, I voted for this item in part because throughout the pandemic, we've seen that technology has changed and we can have meetings in different ways. And so this item is not necessarily about the state of emergency, but it's about our board being able to take advantage of the state of emergency, and I don't mean in a bad way, but in a way to make it easier for us to participate in remote meetings. That said, I've been watching the state legislature and hoping that they would bring about legislation this last term to address that and update the Brown Act, and they didn't. And so I don't, since they didn't do that, I can't no longer support this item. I think that I don't like the Brown Act the way it is right now. I hope it does change. I hope our next legislature really takes this up. I think it's a really serious issue on public participation, but I don't feel like I can continue to support this item using the state of emergency as justification for that. We've moved from a pandemic to an endemic. We have a lot of great resources. We know a lot more than we did 2 years ago. And so just as far as I'm, and I don't, disrespecting others' votes in a different direction on this, but just for myself, I can't support this item. So I'd hope that we could have a roll call vote on this.
We will indeed. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, for similar reasons, I support it, which is that, this language asks us to make and to reevaluate the current state of the pandemic. And the current state of the pandemic is that, there's still a lot of loss of productivity, a lot of infection. And if our boards and commissions can meet remotely and reduce the amount of infections taking place in the community, but also maybe more self-interestedly be more productive on the county's business, then I find there to be an adequate reason to support this.
Thank you. And I agree, Supervisor Williams. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on this item? Oh, yeah, public comment, I guess.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item. Madam Chair, do we have a motion for that item?
Yes.
I
Josh?
will move the item.
And I will second. And Supervisor Hart, your light is on?
Just in anticipation of the roll call
Oh,
vote.
okay. So we now have a motion and a second, and let's have the roll call.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Supervisor Lavanina,
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, A17.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 17 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, and Water Agency. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County 2022's Groundwater Basin Summary Report.
Thank you. I asked for this, for Public Works to be available to answer some questions about this. We are not just in a COVID emergency, but we're in a drought emergency. And people have been describing this not just as a drought, but a mega drought, and now it's being described as a giga drought. So the question in my mind is, what more can the county do, particularly using wastewater and treating wastewater for indirect potable reuse and then recharging it into the groundwater. So I have some questions for Public Works. And the first is, could we develop a study, perhaps as a supplement to the 2015 Alternative Water Supply Report? Would it be of value to study the wastewater producers throughout our county and assess what we have and what the opportunities might be? And either Marty or Matt?
Yeah, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Yes, absolutely. So our 2015 Long-Term Supplemental Water Supply Alternatives Report looks at a number of different water supply alternatives throughout the county. It does look at direct potable reuse and direct non-potable reuse, but
And you might define those for people who aren't sure about that.
Absolutely. So direct potable reuse is where you treat wastewater and serve it directly to customers. Direct non-potable reuse is something like the recent Waller Park project, where you treat wastewater and use it to irrigate the landscape in lieu of using groundwater or potable water. Indirect potable reuse is where you treat wastewater and you can inject it into the subsurface, let it sit there for a certain buffer time, and then pull it back out and serve it to customers directly. And so that is one gap in our 2015 report. And so certainly supplementing this report with a study of indirect potable reuse opportunities throughout the county would be very beneficial, and Public Works is working towards moving that forward as we speak.
And how many wastewater treatment agencies do we have in the county?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, there are about 14 municipal wastewater treatment plants, in addition to a couple others such as the Chumash Tribe and the Lompoc Prison. Of those, about 8 are medium to large wastewater facilities that take in large volumes.
So they're independently governed, and there's not really an umbrella over that would promote regional cooperation, but it's something that the county might be able to do.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, that is true. Most of them are either independent special districts or cities. Laguna County Sanitation District happens to be the one district that is under the purview with your board as that board of directors.
And could you describe in more detail what such a study would entail, both what you would need to bring it forward and what kinds of information more specifically you could glean?
Chair Hartman, members of the board of directors of the Sanitation District, the item A18 is to specifically look at what was required. One, to treat the water to levels normally associated with indirect potable reuse. In our case, we would extend the reverse osmosis to not just a portion of the flow, but to all the flow. A second mechanism of disinfection, in addition to ultraviolet, we would probably add ozone or what's called advanced oxidation. And then there would need to be a means for disposing of additional brine generated. The Sanitation District does have one brine disposal well. We probably need at least a second. So physically, those are the additional levels of treatment required. From there, we'd also have to study how to accommodate or achieve indirect potable reuse, whether it's shallow well recharge with a 60-day or greater than 60-day extraction point by a purveyor, or perhaps even surface water or percolation type methods.
So I'm particularly interested in this because at Waller Park we saw that Laguna Sanitation wastewater in a 1 million-gallon tank, and that how often does that tank fill up?
It'll be in service later this month, early October, but the plan is that in the high time or high demand use, such as in the summer, they could use 2/3 of the volume of that in a day. So it would fill as available in combination with other recycled water users. So to answer your question, it would be, it would turn around every couple of days in the high time of the season.
So in other words, we're producing an enormous amount of wastewater that isn't always being used either through purple pipes, it's just being discharged. That was a purple pipe kind of application, right?
That's correct, Chair Hartman, members of the Board of Directors. The Purple Pipe project is one of the bigger ones. We do have others. We do irrigate food crops at the airport district. And then any water not used does get reused on district property for cattle pasture. But Purple Pipe is one of the more customary ways to recharge, but other agencies, especially the really large ones, have been doing groundwater injection, such as Orange County Sanitation District, for a very long time now, and then re-extracting it for drinking water.
Thank you. So I see some other lights, but I'll just say that what I would really like to do is give direction to our water agency to work with the other wastewater agencies and develop a report with some options and bring it back to the board. We'll go to Supervisor Hart and then Williams, but maybe you could talk about what the budget, what that would require from us. Supervisor Hart?
Well, I wholeheartedly support this direction and appreciate Chair Hartman bringing it up. One of the other things I noticed in looking through the report is that I think almost every basin that's being measured, with the exception of the Western Threshold region, the Sierra Madre foothill, and maybe the Ventu Copa, if you're looking at it, are in decline, with the notable exception of the water basins in the city of Santa Barbara and Montecito, which are were not being used because of the existence of the desalination plant in the city of Santa Barbara. And I think that's really important in looking at this regional context, that there's a unique asset in our water portfolio that is only benefiting those jurisdictions, but it's a significant change in the trend that's going on everywhere else. And I think that's something we need to always be cognizant of, it, that there is a very large permitted desalination plant in the city of Santa Barbara that has a lot of capacity, and it would be wise for the South Coast at least to really be thinking in terms of regional use of that facility. And I know the city of Goleta, or the Goleta Water District, has been approached in the past, and they have chosen not to participate because of costs. But it's something that's important to remember and recognize, and I think congratulate the city of Santa Barbara for creating, because it helps diversify our water supplies and gives an opportunity for the groundwater basin to rest, even during a drought that we're experiencing, where every other basin is having to be hit very hard to maintain flow.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, for various reasons, I think this is really important for us to follow the direction that's being suggested by Supervisor Hartman to determine whether there are other opportunities for recycled water. And my examples would be even that it is superior even than the question that takes up a lot of oxygen in the room, which is desalination. It is fundamentally the same technology as desalination, but it happens to be a lot easier to clean poop water than it is to clean salt water. It takes less energy. It's a easier process. It's cheaper, and it's been held back by sort of community acceptance because people, the ick factor, and but I just have news for everybody that that water sitting on the desk over there, that has been poop water too.
Yeah.
This has been poop water. All the water sitting on everybody's desk has been poop water at some point in the last million years. It doesn't matter what it was at one time. It matters what processes were done to make it clean enough for drinking now. And, and I think it's also part, as Supervisor Hart alluded to, a diversity of strategies in order to be more drought resilient for the future.
And Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I think the first step is to stop calling it poop water.
I just embrace it. You know me, I'm a straight talker.
So I'd start there. No, I think I really appreciate what the county is looking at. I appreciate Chairwoman Hartman's comments, because I think we need to be taking an all of the above approach to water. I mean, I think that the communities that are doing the best are the ones that have the largest portfolio of different water sources. You know, we can't rely on the State Water Project in Sacramento to save us. We really need to have some self-determination here, and I think that's what we all want. So, you know, recycled water is definitely a big part of that. I will be the first to drink with the water coming from that. I'll volunteer because I do believe in technology, and I think that we're heading in that direction, and I'm really excited about that. You know, it's not the poop water of the past. You know, I think we're there, you know, getting back to that Water Park project. So because we're able to pump that or bring that from the recycled water from Laguna Sanitation, we're not going to be using the pump there at Waller Park. So we're not going to be pulling from our groundwater resources. We'll be able to use this other resource to water, to have you know, play fields and grass that the whole entire county and community can enjoy. So I just want to lend my support for all the above as the approach. I think desal is a big part of that as well, and that, you know, as a community and as a county, you know, the State Water Project was good on bringing us a pipe, but now we got to use it, and I think we got to find our own sources to stick water in it. So that's where I stand on the issue.
So could you describe what this would take in terms of resources and process, and when you might come back, and what kind of additional direction or interaction you might need with the board?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so specifically to do a high-level supplement to the long-term water supply alternatives report, I think we can do that within our existing water agency budget for this year. So I don't think that we need further direction on that. And I think that we, you know, obviously we need to go out and talk to consultants and figure out what they can do. But I think probably early next calendar year, we should be able to bring you a supplemental report for your review and further direction.
Terrific. And let me ask County Council, do we need a vote on that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I was just thinking, you know, Brown Act wise, where we're at, and I was concerned about if we had to add funding, but we don't. There may be a contract that needs to return to you for the consultant, and you would vote on it then. I think it's up to you whether you want to. I think addressing the groundwater basin, I think it's appropriate within this item to go ahead and direct staff to do the study since it's existing funding, but they would come back with the contract for another vote.
Okay, so we don't absolutely need a motion, but I think there's clear direction on the board. So, all right, well, thank you very much. And Supervisor Nelson agreed to be my Brown Act partner on this, and if there's anything we can do to support your efforts working with the wastewater districts, we're very pleased to do that. Thank you. So that was the final administrative item on our agenda. So I would like a motion to approve the balance of the agenda, except that which item were we withdrawing?
Supervisor Hartman, I'll make a motion to approve the administrative agenda with the exception of A10 and the item that was being withdrawn, A20.
A26.
And A26.
Thank you. Thank you for tracking that. All right. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So turning to administrative item number 31. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Lavanina. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming September 15th, 2022 through October 15th, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Jacqueline Inda, Natalie and Caroline Alcron, Suzanne Requejo, Daniela Aguirre, Elisa Gullian, Lily Munoz, and joining us via Zoom, we have Leah Ortega and Marisa Flores. And I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to recognize the significant contributions and achievements of Hispanic and Latino Americans who serve our nation in business, government, the military, law, education, science, athletics, the arts, and many other fields. And whereas, according to the U.S. Census Bureau of July 1st, 2021, 62.1 million people, or 18.9% of the population, are of Hispanic or Latino in origin, representing a significant increase from 2000, which registered Hispanic population at 35.3 million, or 13% of the U.S. total population. And whereas in California, Latinos are now the largest ethnic group and are projected to be a full majority by mid-century. And whereas in 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson and Congress celebrated the contributions of Hispanic Americans by officially proclaiming the week of September 15th as Hispanic Heritage Week, then expanded under President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to its current month-long recognition. And whereas the theme for 2022, Unidos, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation, this theme reinforces the need to ensure diverse voices and perspectives are welcome in decision-making processes, thereby helping to build stronger communities, a stronger nation, and also reminds us that we are stronger together. And whereas this month is a celebration of the significant contributions of Hispanic Americans to the history, culture, and their achievement in the United States. This includes commitments to education, economic innovation and development, social justice, military service, and culturally diverse communities. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have had a long history of leading movements for justice and equity, and are now actively participating in serving our communities during COVID-19 pandemic as teachers, business owners, scientists, soldiers, farm workers, first responders, artists, activists, colleagues, and many other professions. And whereas we honor the resilience and commitment of the Hispanic and Latino American communities as they work towards a brighter future for all residents of Santa Barbara County. And now, therefore, be it and it is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors declares September 15th through October 15th, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County, and calls for all residents of our community to join in supporting any activities that will occur in a manner appropriate with COVID-19 regulations, passed and adopted today.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I want to make sure there's plenty of time for our receivers to be able to speak. But I also want to make sure that our comments are not just the positive and the things that are universal in thought. Maybe I would say that we need to sometimes go between beyond the vanilla to the carne of the matter, and that is that we all love Hispanic heritage in our communities. We love the culture, we love the food, we love our neighbors. But it is a culture that is very much under economic threat. We are seeing widespread demographic change on the west side, the east side, and in parts of Carpinteria, where people are being priced out of rentals and for sale housing. And I hope that as we celebrate Hispanic heritage, that we redouble our efforts to look at our housing policy in order to make sure that we don't end up in the same way that we treat our Asian American population and Black American population in Santa Barbara, where we love the culture, we celebrate their history, but the majority of both those populations are no longer here because we priced them out and exiled them. So it is my hope and deep commitment that we redouble our efforts so that the same does not happen to Latino Americans in our community.
Supervisor Lavanina?
Thank you. And my district is now 77% Hispanic, so it moved up a couple of percentages. I think anybody that lives in the city of Santa Maria knows that if you're going to enjoy the city of Santa Maria, you're going to embrace diversity. And I think multicultural cities just make better places to live. You know, I think it's so exciting to go to all the different events that's celebrating everybody's different culture in Santa Maria. So my encouragement for folks, though, is I think a lot of our neighborhoods on the west side have been ignored for too long, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that unfortunately people don't feel like that their voice is heard, and so a lot of times they're not active. And the number one activity that I would encourage people in the Hispanic community to do is register to vote. Have your voice heard at City Hall. Get involved. because the power of the vote, voz y voto, the power of your voice is the power of your vote. And so get out there, get active in your community. We see so many people that are active in their neighborhood and they're leaders in their community and their neighborhood. But we got to stretch that out just a little bit more so that you move to the next neighborhood and the next neighborhood and have that voice heard at City Hall. So congratulate everybody. I'm part of a very rich Hispanic family married into, and to all the 275 members of my family now, this resolution is also for you. So thank you.
And Supervisor Nelson, your light was on? Okay. And would you like to speak? Anybody?
to have these very familiar faces and to acknowledge all the amazing work that they're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman, members of the board, and community. My name is Jacqueline. I'm here in representation of La Casa de la Raza. La Casa has been deemed a historic building. It's a space that has developed different groups, activisms, organizations throughout the county. So talk about having a space where people have the ability to grow and think and create programming that then develops into organizations that function throughout the entire county. That's what La Casa means to not only the residents of the East Side or the residents of Santa Barbara, but all of the different activism that has now branched out from the small tower when it used to be caused all the way through Pueblo that now is caused throughout the entire county. All of those different efforts come from the ability to have access. And access is power in this community. It starts with being able to have a safe space. So with the work of all of the different organizations, all of the different works that have happened with countywide regional services, we've been able to continue to keep that space alive. So we hope to continue to do that work in the future, and that we are now looking at another 50 years of giving a space for the community to continue to thrive in.
Hello, Chair Hartman, members of the board. My name is Daniela Aguirre. I am one of 5 co-founders of Mujeres Makers Market. I'm here joined by my other co-founders, Alicia and Lily. We would just like to thank you for the recognition. And Mujeres Makers Market is something that is very special to us. It became a thing from the pandemic. Us as small business owners saw, as mentioned earlier, that Latina women, and specifically all women of color, were severely economically affected by COVID-19. So as a result, we decided to join forces and create a space where women of color could come and share their crafts and handmade goods and sell them to make some more money on the side because, you know, people were really struggling, and they still are. And we want to also make sure that you all know that our communities are still struggling, and we do need your support. So thank you for this recognition, and we hope that your support continues in the future for the Latino community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for spending your morning with us and sharing your culture with us. And we're here for you. This is part of the chair's initiative for this year, recognizing different cultures that have contributed to the rich fabric in Santa Barbara County. And certainly the Latino Hispanic culture is one of the brightest, strongest threads. I had such a typical experience. I had office hours on Saturday in Lompoc, which is 60% Latino. And I had an appointment with one person, and her parents came, her sisters came, their husbands came, and their 3 sons came. And that sense of family and community is something that we admire so much in your culture and would like to emulate. So again, thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Madam Chair?
Oh, Supervisor Hart, I'm sorry.
I just thought maybe Daniela could tell folks here how folks can support and participate and be customers of the Mujeres Market.
Yes, thank you. I actually forgot to mention that. Our next market will be Sunday, October 2nd. We host our markets at El Presidio de Santa Barbara. We've been in partnership with them for about a year now. Really appreciate their partnership. So if anybody would like to come out and support our 50 plus rotating vendors, we'll be there October 2nd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you or anybody you know, our requirement is to be a woman of color, would like to participate as a vendor, you can sign up on our website. It's www.mujeresmakersmarket.com. Just go under the vendor tab, sign up for our newsletter. Alicia makes beautiful newsletters to share with everyone. So we would love your support there. And in the future, we'd also like to host seminars. So if you or anybody you know is interested in being a speaker, we're also open to that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you again. We really appreciate it. Okay, turning to our next item, that is administrative item number 33. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record? Oh,
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 32 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of September 25th, 2022 through October 1st, 2022 as American Institute of Architects Architecture Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person here, we have Michael Holliday, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas more than 175 licensed members of the American Institute of Architects, AIA, practice in Santa Barbara area, where they serve the public interest through their concern for, understanding of, sustainable design practices, energy conservation, accessibility for people with disabilities, urban planning, historic preservation, affordable housing, and sensitivity to the relationship between nature and the built environment. And whereas Architectural Foundation volunteers guide public tours of the history and architecture of Santa Barbara, provide children the opportunity to sketch local architecture with Kids Draw Architecture, work with teachers to establish a build environment education program in Santa Barbara's public schools, and provide scholarships to county students. Whereas Santa Barbara's architects have worked diligently to preserve the architectural heritage of our community through service on local architectural review boards, various public outreach and education efforts, and service projects. And whereas the AIA Santa Barbara chapter has produced an annual design awards program to recognize and promote high-quality architecture and design in commercial, residential, educational, and institutional work throughout the county. Whereas the AIA Santa Barbara chapter has produced architect tours, an annual inspirational and educational tour of noteworthy residential and public projects focused on high-quality design and showcasing the application of sustainable and green building practices and affordable housing projects. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors designates the week of September 25th through October 1st as AIA Architectural Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara County and commends the American Institute of Architects and the Architectural Foundation for over 160 years of preserving and enhancing the architectural heritage of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you.
Mr. Holliday.
Chair Hartman, Vice Chair Williams, and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Holliday. I'm a fellow in the American Institute of Architects Santa Barbara chapter. And we would really like to thank you, the board, for this designation of September 25th through October 1st as Architecture Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara County. Santa Barbara has long been recognized as one of the most beautiful cities and counties in the country. And fortunately, a big part of this recognition is due to the architecture as well as the natural environment. And this is highlighted by our own Santa Barbara County Courthouse, which is well displayed here. The AIA Santa Barbara chapter would like to invite any of the board that would like to join us on this year's tour as our guests, free of charge, to be part of the tour. There's some amazing projects. You don't have to go look at them all. You can look at them one. It's going to be October 1st from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. here in Santa Barbara, highlighting many of the noteworthy, award-winning, and sustainable projects designed by local architects. The theme for this year's tour is Celebrate Santa Barbara. So on behalf of the AIA and our professional design community, I would like to thank, and we would like to thank the board for this recognition and invite you to join us on this year's tour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I thought it was fortuitous with the previous item because architecture is beauty, is aesthetics, but architecture is also the implementation of good policy. The architects of Santa Barbara, I think, have a tremendous ethic of environmental sustainability and desire to house our population. The amount that our planning commissions, our ABRs, our HLACs should trust that architects can, with differences in massing, with techniques of creating space, can house our population even in dense housing in an aesthetically pleasing manner while accomplishing the solution to the previous problem that I just articulated, which is our very, very tough housing market. So I think architecture and architects being perhaps a little bit less restrained by our boards is part of the solution to our housing woes. So thank you for that work.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I want to echo Supervisor Williams' comments. I remember seeing a presentation that Dennis Allen did about cities around the world that are recognized, I think universally, as being spectacularly beautiful places. And most often, the footprint of those cities was much smaller than the typical American city because they were more dense and rich with architecture and designed thoughtfully for pedestrians rather than cars. And there's a lot to be learned from that. And I think, there are examples, many examples in our community of really thoughtful, well-done design by local architects that I know you're going to be celebrating to demonstrate how we can have housing and we can have beautiful design and a community that works and makes sense for everybody, that can be embraced and loved. And we just need folks to recognize that design matters and architects are at the forefront of that. So thanks for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now turning to administrative item number 33.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 33 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of September 22 as Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Tony Navarro, Victoria King, and Gina Carvalho. And I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas this resolution recognizes suicide as a national and statewide public health problem and suicide prevention as a national and statewide responsibility, and it designates the month of September as National Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. This month overlaps World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10th, recognized internationally and supported by the World Health Organization. Whereas the impact of COVID-19 and the length of time which lives have been disrupted as a result have had a significant impact on many, leaving feelings of isolation, loneliness, economic impact, and job loss, stress, anxiety, and depression, which greatly impact the mental health of people and thoughts leading to suicide. Whereas in our country, suicide is the second leading cause of death for 10 through 34-year-olds and fifth leading cause of death for those ages 35 through 54, and is the 12th leading cause of death for people of all ages. Whereas each person's death by suicide exposes at least 147 other people, with over 6.9 million newly bereaved each year. 2022 data shows that 4,491 residents of California died by suicide, and several thousand friends and family members were changed forever by losing those people. Whereas the Board of Supervisors, who are dedicated to reducing the frequency of suicide attempts and deaths, and the pain for those affected by suicide deaths through research projects, educational programs, intervention services, and bereavement services, urges that all Californians 1. Recognize suicide as a significant public health problem in California and declare suicide prevention a statewide priority. 2. Support the development of accessible behavioral health services for all regions of our county, implementing national best practices in reducing suicide risk for people of all ages and backgrounds. 3. Acknowledge that no single suicide prevention effort will be sufficient or appropriate for all populations or communities. And 4, encourage initiatives based on the goals and activities contained in the National Strategy for Suicide Prevention, Zero Suicide of the National Action Alliance for Suicide Prevention, and the Way Forward by the Action Alliance Suicide Attempt Survivor Task Force. It is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes the month of September as Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
And Madam Chair, Supervisors, County Staff, I'm Victoria Quincondos, the Chair of the Behavioral Wellness Commission. I wanted to thank you on the behalf of the Commission for acknowledging this very significant mental health issue, which crosses all demographics in our county and is particularly crucial for youth. Social media, all the stresses that the community, our community, and the world community has been through in the pandemic have been an incredible challenge. And it's very nice that you are acknowledging this and supporting that. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, supervisors and county staff. So appreciate, as always, your leadership in this in the county to put forward the health and well-being of all of our county residents. And the acknowledgement of Suicide Prevention Month is crucial, as Chair Kondo just shared with you all, especially in this time as we come out of this pandemic and into a time of change and a new resiliency and resolve. While suicide rates in 2019 and 20 did decline somewhat in the nation, the calls for crisis and care with those experiencing suicidality went up significantly. Here in Santa Barbara County, the number of deaths is 57 for 2021 that were clearly identified as suicide, and unfortunately we are on track to meet and likely exceed by some amount that number this year. So today's resolution and bringing forward to the public the importance of reaching out, of understanding that it's nothing to be ashamed of, that thoughts of desperation and hopelessness are pervasive, especially in a time when so much is changing. I also want to say and acknowledge that Be Well, while we are standing here today, we have an army of partners behind us, and I really would like to recognize all of the communities that partner with us in this county to provide suicide prevention, wellness, and care for Santa Barbara residents. They include Communify, Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, the Child Abuse Listening Mediation, Casa Pacifica, the Family Service Agency, Good Samaritan, Path Point, the Mental Wellness Center, Hope Refuge, Synergy, Telecare, Olive Crest, Marion Hospital, Cottage Hospital, Marikey, Transitions, the Community Health Centers of Central Coast, the Santa Barbara CEO's office and our school-based services, the Santa Ynez Tribal Health Clinic, People Helping People, Casa Pacifica, as I already mentioned, and Vista Del Mar, also down in Ventura. Again, just such honor and privilege to serve this county in this way and to help residents overcome desperation and hopelessness, and thank our partners so much for all the work they do and you for your leadership in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro and Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Director Navarro and Chair King Kondo, the Commission, and all the community partners for bringing this really important resolution forward. As a county, we want to make sure that everyone knows that they're not alone. There are many resources available to help people during their most difficult moments, and it's important for us to destigmatize conversations surrounding mental health issues and suicide so that people can be more comfortable seeking the help that they need. Reducing stigma can also empower family members and friends to have open conversations with their loved ones when they sense they need help. 988 is a phone number that everyone should memorize. The number is available to connect people with mental health crisis resources, including support to prevent suicide. So if we can all take one thing from today, remember 988 and be ready to offer that resource to anyone that you think needs help.
Yes, and I do want to confirm for everyone that 988 is connected to our access line here. And so if you don't have the 888-868-1649 number for Be Well anywhere posted in your home, you call 988, you say you are a Santa Barbara County resident, you will be connected directly to the Santa Barbara County access line for assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to our NAMI partners. I left off NAMI on there, and I know that I have NAMI in the house today, and I could not forget them. So
They are critical. Thank you. Madam Clerk, turning to our final resolution today, item number 34.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, Administrative Item 34 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Lisa Northrup of Santa Barbara County Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator, Guardian as September 2022's Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Lisa Northrup and Harry Hagan. And I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Lisa Northrup, the Deputy Public Conservator, LPS, Investigator for the Santa Barbara County Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator, Guardian, is recognized for her commitment to the protection of individuals with severe mental illness, who are some of the most vulnerable citizens of Santa Barbara County. Whereas Lisa's effectiveness results from her extensive knowledge of welfare and institutions codes, and her 24 years of experience in unbiased interactions with clients, which are key to following the law and preserving the civil rights of individuals with severe mental illness. Whereas, with her ready laugh and compassionate manner, Lisa connects with her peers, clients, and their families, making all feel they are special and heard. Whereas Lisa's integrity demonstrates her dedication and commitment to Santa Barbara County's ACE values, mission, and vision. Whereas Lisa is the proud guardian of 2 horses, 2 huskies, 3 cats, many chickens, turtles, koi, and too many birdhouses to count. Now, therefore, and hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Lisa Northrup for her exceptional and continuous contributions as Employee of the Month for September 2022, passed and adopted today.
Mr. Hagan.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, good morning. It's my privilege to introduce Lisa to the board. She is one of those unsung heroes that probably you don't even know exists. And as a department head, she is the ideal employee. She is ethical, she gets her work done, doesn't cause any problems. And it's one of those really important jobs. She is the investigator for LPS conservatorships. And it's like the Ron Pope, set it and forget it. She just does her job and no issues. But, one thing about Lisa that maybe the staff that work for me don't know, that when we have tax collection periods, Lisa's one of the first people that can handle her workload and come down and volunteer to help in the tax office too. And so it's fantastic having people with that kind of work ethic as a department head. You just can't replicate that. And so my challenge is going to be replacing you someday, and that's it's not going to be an easy task. But I'd also be remiss if I didn't recognize you, Chair Hartman. You've always been a very big advocate and supporter of my public assistance division. That's about 1/3 of my office. It's public guardian, public administrator, veteran services, protected pay. And so, we couldn't do what we do without your support, and we appreciate that. And so I think Tamara, who is Lisa's supervisor, would like to say
Yes. Our manager, Arlene Diaz, is out at a conference, and so she couldn't be here today. And so we just wanted to say that it gives all of us at the Office of the Public Guardian extreme pleasure to see Lisa being acknowledged and awarded September Employee of the Month. I've had the privilege to work with Lisa for the last 20 years, and we all feel lucky to also call her a friend. Lisa's productive and very experienced, and her knowledge and skills as the LPS investigator are invaluable to the public guardian. Lisa's optimism has a positive impact on her coworkers, and we look forward to going to her for support and advice. We will miss her very much when she retires at the end of the year. Getting emotional. Congratulations, Lisa, on both Employee of the Month and your upcoming retirement.
Would you like to say a few words?
I just wanted to add that I've found it very humbling experience to work with the severely mentally ill, and that will always stay with me. Thank you.
Thank you for the hard work you do every day. All right, turning then to general public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any people who would like to talk to us today about matters not on today's agenda but within our jurisdiction?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak for general public comment.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have public comment.
All right.
I just want to take this opportunity to highlight that this Saturday is the fourth annual Santa Barbara County Farm Day. This is an opportunity for the public to join the agricultural community in the Santa Maria Valley to explore the farms and ranches and get to see what agriculture looks like. It's a great event. I encourage county employees to attend, the public, advocates, anybody that's tuning in to be a part of this. Growing up in the Santa Maria Valley, I was ignorant to agriculture. It was around me, but I didn't quite understand it. And, it's been really an awesome opportunity for me to get to know it better. I got married into an ag family and then got to serve under Supervisor Adam, who is a farmer himself. And so, I think there's a progression of ignorance to understanding and eventually to protection and advocacy for agriculture. And I think Santa Barbara County Farm Day is a big part of that. I'd encourage the public to go on to SantaBarbaraCountyFarmDay.com. On that website, you're able to click on plan your itinerary for Farm Day. Some of the locations have limited seating, if you will, and so it's really important to do that in advance. But many of the sites are open to the public throughout the day. So really encourage my colleagues, county employees, and the community in general to attend Farm Day this Saturday.
And I attended one year and there was really great food, and it was fascinating to learn about Brussels sprouts and how they're harvested. And Brussels sprouts are in with the younger generation.
That's why I'm old.
But it really is eye-opening, fascinating, and extremely well organized. All right, turning to departmental item number 1.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Cayo Real Campus Master Plan. This item is located within the 1st and 2nd districts.
Mr. Frapwell, were you going to introduce the team, or?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. I'm happy to do that. I'm joined today by Patrick Zarowski and Ashton Ellis, both from General Services, who've really been instrumental behind the scenes in making this happen. It's been a long journey to get to your board today. This product, we started pre-pandemic, just to give you a sense of how long this has been going, and it really took the project a back seat to the county's response to the pandemic. So we're here today to kind of bring this forward. And really, the purpose is, as Mr. Zarowski will highlight in the presentation, is really to set the stage and to set a vision for how the county can best utilize its valuable resource, real estate resource, there in the Cayo Real campus. We say Cayo Real, but in reality, as you notice and you'll see in the presentation, there's really 3 main sections. It's the area from Hollister to 101, from Cayo Real up to Cathedral Oaks, and then the amount of land we own above Cathedral Oaks. So we'll talk about it, and Patrick, as he goes through the presentation, will identify key areas for consideration as we talk about this. I think that'll help kind of make this in bite-sized pieces and more understandable. With that, I'm happy to turn this to Patrick.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chair Hartman, board members. It's a great day to be here. 3 years in the making. You don't get a chance to say that all that often, but it's been a long effort, an enjoyable effort. I really want to give kudos today to Ashton Ellis to my left. She's been the project manager, diligent, dogged, all the way through the pandemic to get us to where we're at today. So we're excited to finally be here. You've seen the report. We have a PowerPoint that we want to sort of summarize. We were able to sort of synthesize several project goals. These goals are important. Originally, we started out with a larger group, and we really felt like these needed some refinement and focus. Certainly, one of the top project goals was us to eliminate buildings beyond their usefulness and determine the highest and best use of the campus and its properties. One-stop service center is something that we heard from a variety of the campus users, as well as some of our departments who maybe aren't as prominently placed on the campus, both from a health and human services perspective, as well as a permitting and planning perspective. Identify departmental synergies, potentially developing precincts within the campus. You'll see that concept carried throughout the presentation today. Realign our campus with our Renew initiatives to best serve constituents, staff, and stakeholders. In reality, I think the main objective of our goal today is how do we deliver better services, more efficient services to our community. And then, of course, to maximize current vacant space, both within underutilized buildings as well as vacant properties. We have, as part of the process, broken the campus into 5 sub-campuses or precincts. Again, they stretch all the way from north of Cathedral Oaks with our public safety campus to the sort of northern middle section of the campus called our County Yards campus. We sequestered the main jail campus. That is a project and an initiative that is being covered under a separate project. And then our Health and Government Center campus located immediately north of Kyriel, where we deliver a lot of services in an area that's somewhat compact. And then, of course, our campus below Highway 101, adjacent to Hollister, which is our Community Services campus. And we're going to go through each of these campuses briefly today and explain what the next steps might be and what this campus might ultimately redevelop. So our first campus, which we deem as probably the leading candidate for projects as we move forward, it is the Health and Governmental Center campus. Right now, the bulk of BWell and Public Health, as well as Department of Social Services in the South County, are all located on this campus. The campus also includes Casa Nueva, Casa Morel, and a couple of other smaller uses. We are proposing, as the first step in our overall master plan, to develop Building 1A, which is closest up to Kyriel, as a BWell headquarters. That headquarters would include BWell administration, a PUF, a psychiatric health facility, a crisis stabilization unit, crisis services. We would relocate the mental health clinic that's currently located at 4444 Kyriel to this location, and potentially a sobering center. This is a building that will likely be 3 stories, somewhere in the area of 60,000 square feet. And it will, for the first time, combine all of these services across the campus that are scattered, that may not be as connected as well as we would like, into one general area. We have a Building 1B, which was identified early on as a mental health resource center. That building is on hold at the moment. We have done conceptual design, and we're waiting to work with the CCP in order to take that to the next step. Building 2A is also very important as part of the overall development of the campus. It is a commons building. We are looking to develop this at roughly 60,000 square feet as well. This would be where the Ag Commissioner, Employee University from via our HR department, elections, a hoteling and conference center. This is where we are proposing locating the one-stop
permitting center for Public Works, Water Resources, Ag Commissioner, and Planning and Development. And then having some potential space that could be developed for on-site daycare. That's one of the things that we heard consistently in interviews across many of the departments, is the location for on-site daycare would be hugely helpful. The public health buildings, again, looking to consolidate via the development of a new headquarters administration building in the central location of the campus, and then a new healthcare building that would include the public health clinic, the women's clinic, the employee health clinic known as HealthStat, and the VA clinic, as well as veteran services. Building 4B is now a mixed-use building. Earlier, we had this solely as a parking deck. We are now looking to develop this as a mixed-use facility that is a potential location for workforce housing as well as parking that will help support the campus, both from a housing standpoint as well as a parking standpoint. The total amount of the parking there has not yet been determined, but we certainly will be doing some additional analysis and study of exactly what we think our parking needs will be. Then we have an area identified immediately south of Building 2A as a potential location for a future relocation of the downtown admin building and the engineering building services. This is an area. This is primarily illustrative in nature, and gives us an opportunity that if this board or future boards decides that that is the approach that we'd like to take, that we do have a location where that could ultimately fit in. But that is not part of the current plan that we're looking to move forward with in the short term.
Supervisor Williams has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to I know you went over this before with me individually, but want to understand the workflow. Is the numbering system roughly in linear path, or so the first building that conceivably would be able to be built is 1A, right?
Correct. Yeah, there is a sensitive phasing process as part of this. Our goal is to try to not move people more than once, if at all possible. There will be a few departments or a few divisions that might have to move twice. But our goal here is to be able to flow the development throughout the campus and allow us to develop locations and then move people into new space without them having to jump around and look at other locations within the campus. So that does dictate some of the flow. But certainly the issues that we're having with some of our older buildings, I'm sure you noted in the report that buildings 3 and 4, which serve as the PUF as well as the public health clinics buildings, were developed in and around between 1910 and 1920. So we're dealing with 100-year-old buildings with rapidly deteriorating infrastructure. We spent a lot of time and effort wrenching on those buildings, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a future slide. Another area immediately north of this location, which is basically where Building 4 currently sits, as well as the Archives building. Right now, we are looking to designate that location as a future expansion area. We also think this is an excellent location for potential workforce housing development at some point in the future. As part of the overall master plan, part of good planning for us is really looking to the future, looking out beyond the 20 or 25-year range, finding locations on the site that we can hold and hold for future boards, future departments for potential expansion. This location does, however, have an immediate application. It's possible that it could be developed for workforce housing as we move forward and develop new buildings for the tenants there. And certainly it's well positioned. The second campus is the main jail campus. The primary project designated for this location is a future expansion of the sheriff's headquarters. Even though it may not seem like it, this building actually is in the 50-year range. It's starting to experience some significant issues. We've been wrenching on this for quite some time. We have HVAC issues, roof issues. We believe a renovation is something that should be considered at some point, as well as an expansion. The location is not adequate square footage-wise for the current sheriff's administrative uses. So we believe that a potential expansion here is something that should be considered in the long-term approach for the master plan. Again, the jail itself is really separate in a project that we've been working on also for the last 3 or 4 years. And as that project moves forward, I'm sure we'll be talking to the board about future concepts for that location. The next campus is the County Yards campus. Many of you, I think several of you, I've actually spent a little bit of time up in this upper portion of the campus. We have an interesting collection of Connex boxes and old buildings scattered around this location. It's not very efficiently laid out. And we believe that some development here will really help set the tone, not only for the short term, but really for the next 25 to 50 years. The main focus on this site is the development of Building 3B, which is a county yards office and shop building. And we'll be looking to relocate the Parks yard operation here, as well as GS facilities and GS communications into this building, which would then allow us to relocate our water resources and flood control operations. Right now, they're shoehorned into the northwesternmost section of this campus. And as we've talked, they constantly are searching for additional locations to bring equipment in. They typically rent equipment in December, January, and February in order to have it on hand if there are issues. They have very little room for that overall storage, and we believe that by relocating them to the current Parks Courtyard will be a huge benefit for their operations as we move forward. Parks, again, will get brand new space in Building 3B, designed specifically for their uses, and we believe that's a fair trade-off. We also want to develop Building 5A, which is again at the northwest corner. This is a building designed specifically for dry storage, climate-controlled storage, and we really struggle for this type of space within the overall campus. This building would include storage for public works, general services, communications, treasurer, tax collector, and clerk recorder. 5B, again, is just a slight expansion of the fleet shop, but I think the removal of the 2 buildings in the middle of this location because of the middle of this location based on the movement of the tenants of those buildings will allow our fleet area to expand significantly. And with our conversion to electric vehicles as we move forward, we're going to need additional location for not only maintenance, but for charging purposes and for the rotation of our maintenance on those vehicles. So we would like to open this up and expand and give fleet the space that it needs. Right now, they're a little cramped. If they often will work on fire apparatus in this location as well as other construction equipment, and it gets really, really tight within this particular campus. We are not proposing any changes currently to the Public Works Courtyard. It's actually laid out quite well and used quite efficiently, and we found it to be one of the more efficient spaces located within the campus. And we're also not proposing any specific changes at this time to the transfer station. I know that we're working with Public Works to evaluate whether or not some of the office structures on that can be replaced over the short term. However, we're not doing any short or long-term relocation options for the transfer station operations. Building 6B, currently where that building sits is a couple of modulars that were put there roughly 20 years ago. There is a small permit center there now that Public Works operates. This particular location, we would like to consolidate a lot of the water resources staff into this location. They're scattered between a couple of different campuses, and we believe this building will provide expansive office as well as operational space for them, as well as the surveyor at that location. The Community Services Campus, which is located between Highway 101 and Hollister, is also a key location for us. We are in the process of working with our partners to develop the Hollister Lofts project. The Fire Station 13 is a location that we would like to see provided with some new space. So we are proposing the relocation of some sheriff's operations that are currently located between Fire Station 13 and the Page Youth Center to a new building that is north of the coroner's office or adjacent to the current coroner's office. And then that would free up some property to potentially relocate Fire Station 13 within a larger footprint. With the future expansion of Hollister, it's going to just move, cut away a little bit at the right-of-way in front of the building. And at some point, I know this is one of the top priorities for the fire department. We would like to give them a larger space to be able to utilize. We also heard the need for a new coroner's office. Our current office is quite small, outdated. We would like to redevelop that, and that is going in a similar area to where it's located today. We are also, the food bank is a piece of property that we own and lease to the food bank, and they are currently working on a capital campaign for relocation. And I just want to point that space out. That is really a key location for us for flex space as we move through and do future phases of this master planned redevelopment. Very important for us to have somewhere to move people or to move equipment, files, and anything that we may need. That will be a key location for us to maintain and repurpose as we move through the redevelopment of the campus. And then the juvenile hall, the Santa Barbara Juvenile Hall campus. We are getting close to moving forward with our probation headquarters project in 2023. We're excited about that possibility of moving that forward and then consolidating our probation operations at the downtown site on Garden Street. That will finally free up the current juvenile hall to potentially be redeveloped again. We think it's a great location for potential workforce housing opportunities. And that site has been talked about over the years for a variety of things, but we think one of the best uses there might be for workforce housing. We'll talk a little bit more about potential issues there if you have any questions. And then our public safety campus, north of Cathedral Oaks, the current location of our Emergency Operations Center. The new fire dispatch facility I'm proud to announce, will be going to bid in November, and we'll begin the development of that location sometime in early 2023. We're excited about being able to finally get that project to construction. We do designate the current fire headquarters for potential redevelopment and expansion. Again, this is one of our more problematic buildings. We spent a lot of time sort of wrenching on that building. It's a very tight location and really not well suited currently for the modern fire department administration. They've got some concerns about relocating to this specific site again, or staying there. We're in conversations. I think that remains open. We do have a location if they so choose to want to be here. We have a place to accommodate them. We kind of call this the business case slide for the master plan, and I think it's one of the most important slides that we have within the presentation. We took the time and went through 10 years worth of data, maintenance data, operational and maintenance data on each of the campuses. We obviously maintain a maintenance connection database where we enter in all of the work that we do on each building across the entire county. We were able to isolate these locations within the Kyriel campus and create an overview of exactly what we're spending on a campus-by-campus basis. We were also able to go in and do a little bit of research. The 2018 Building Owners and Management Association, BOMA, which is the leading trade association for building managers across the country, they estimated in 2018 that the cost per square foot on average across the country to maintain space was $2.15 a square foot. We believe now, of course, because of the pandemic, the supply chain issues, our location here on the Central Coast, that number should probably be closer to $2.50 a square foot. And when you begin to stack up the data for each of the campuses, you begin to see where we stack up against that measuring stick. So the healthcare campus, we're currently, over the last 10 years, averaging $6.12 a square foot of maintenance costs. The county road yards campuses, $2.81. Public safety campus, $2.09. The jail campus, $5.88 a square foot, which is very high. And if we isolated the jail itself, it would probably be close to twice that. We actually have a crew on site pretty much every day, 9 to 5 or 8 to 5 there to just to deal with maintenance issues on the jail itself. And then the community services campus, which is $4.47. A lot of that is driven by the aged nature of the current juvenile hall site. So you can see across the board, our numbers are actually much higher than the national average, even if you adjust for time as well as location and supply chain. We also did an analysis where we pulled out the deferred maintenance list, which we do on a yearly basis, and identified projects that are just specific to this campus, as well as various CIP projects that have been nominated through the nomination process. And when we look at that, we see in the healthcare campus alone, we're looking at $31 million worth of projects just to bring those buildings up to standard. That doesn't even include, obviously, a new facility. A big chunk of money just to get the buildings operational on a more consistent basis. Again, if we look at the other campuses, in total, we're somewhere in the $40 million range if we look at all 5 campuses together, just from that perspective. And we also did a dive into our electrical expense data and looking at the amount that we're spending on a campus-by-campus basis. The healthcare campus is actually a little bit bigger because of the metering configuration. The jail ultimately kind of gets pulled into that, a portion of the jail, so that campus does have a much higher use than what you might seem. But you can see that with a savings that we believe would project around 15% per building, we would be saving several $100,000 per year in just electrical energy costs if we replace the buildings. Any thoughts on that?
Not yet.
Okay. The big question, of course, is what does it cost? What are the larger numbers? And again, we like to remind everybody that this is a 20 to 25-year plan. It will be likely done in phases, but when you begin to look at some of the numbers, they're significant. A new B-well building and a new commons building in the 60,000 square foot range are somewhere in the $65 million range for us to replace. The public health and the new healthcare buildings, again, somewhere in the 65 to the $35 million range. We came up with these numbers. Unfortunately, the only cost estimating tool we really have at this point, since we've not done specific concepts for any of the individual buildings, is to just look at it on a pure square foot cost range. We typically estimate that the first 30,000 square feet be costed out at $1,200 a square foot, and then thereafter $950 a square foot. We certainly will save on economy of scale. Some of the larger buildings, some of those numbers will go down. But as we go through and do the work on a building by building basis, we will build concepts, we will build cost estimates, we will be deliberate as we move forward with that process. Each one of the buildings will be somewhat of a standalone process as we go through and develop. That includes programming with the individual tenants to make sure that we're building the square footage that is right for them and will be able to absorb future growth or even contraction depending on how we continue to move forward with our hybrid work model. So we will take the time and effort to really get into each of the buildings and work hard with the tenants to ensure that we're building the buildings with the right size and the right elements to each. In the end, it's a roughly a $400 million replacement. Again, we propose doing this in phases over time. That's the best approach. At this point, we'd love to entertain any questions or thoughts that you might have.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm especially interested in the question of, financing this and how to get enough momentum to finance it in as advantageous of situations as possible. For me, the real light bulb moment or mind blown moment was looking at the massive maintenance costs of a couple of the campuses, the healthcare campus and the jail campus in particular, but not alone. If you look at it, it's sort of mind-boggling, and you look at the millions that we're spending in maintenance, and you go, if I had to choose between spending $1 million a year in maintenance and $1 million in debt service, I'd rather build new building and spend $1 million in debt service. And so, how quickly would we be able to look at these at the financing options for the first of the buildings?
Do you want to answer that?
Supervisor Williams, to the chair. Really good question. Obviously, I think you framed it well, is that the projects, plural, would be phased over time, and we'll look at the appropriate financing for each phase. Specific to your question, one of the subject your board's kind of nod today that this is the direction that you want to provide staff to move forward on, we would then initiate a programmatic EIR, which is going to be necessary for the county to develop this site of this nature. And so that's a 18-month process. But parallel with that, I think then we can start looking at what are the right phases. What's the first building? Does this reflect? Can you go back to this early slide 3 or 4? There, thank you.
Yeah.
So this slide lays out potentially the phasing of the development. I think it goes to your earlier question. And if this is kind of the direction we want to go, then we would look at how do we finance each component of that and what makes the most sense. I think we're obviously looking at, as you mentioned, potential for taking some of that maintenance money that we're continuing to spend and applying that to debt service. That is a piece of the financing strategy. But we're looking at other sources of revenues as well, whether that's special monies from the state. We know there's a lot of funding coming down from the feds with respect to infrastructure. So we'll be looking at putting together a comprehensive financing plan for each phase. We do that in parallel with the EIR process.
And I don't want to prejudge my colleagues having changes, but if we were ready to move forward, does the department have the money to execute the programmatic EIR without adding additional delay to the forward momentum?
Supervisor Williams, the chair. So the short answer is yes, there is funding currently approved by your board that we could initiate the EIR. We have about $300,000 currently. It may not be totally sufficient to do the whole EIR, but it's certainly enough to get started and cover this year's cost. Should your board direct us to do that, then we would, if the programmatic EIR costs more than exceeds the $300,000 we currently have allocated, we'd put that into next year's budget for your board's consideration.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. This is good work. I really appreciate everything that's gone into this. But the one, a couple comments I have. But this is one portion of our county governance and buildings, right? We have other campuses, and so as we look at the priorities, one of the things I would want to direct staff or give direction from this board potentially is saying, okay, which things are regional, really in nature, things that really need to be down here in the South Coast as higher priorities. Because I think as we do this also in other campuses and throughout the county, that we may see it might make more sense to move more administrative functions to more affordable housing areas where, obviously getting and retaining good staff is really difficult in this county. And the more of the administrative function, something that's county-wide, can be moved north, I think is something that we should be definitely looking at. I mean, we keep talking about the job housing imbalance, and we also have to be, live our values here and what we're saying, and making sure that we're citing things, further north, closer to where the population and the workforce is. And so as we move forward with this project, I know a lot of things, these functions, we're just updating right there at Kyriel. I know there's some things that we'll be bringing onto that site. But I do think we should be always looking to other opportunities to site things into places where, it could potentially be more affordable, whether that's in, Buellton or Lompoc or Santa Maria, other portions of North County, as we move forward. The other thing that I think is really important as we move forward as a board just to be thinking about is, controlling costs. I do agree with Supervisor Williams. I'd much rather spend money on debt service than in wasted utility bills and wasted inefficiency with maintenance costs. All on board, from my perspective with that. But as we go through this process, public buildings are very expensive to build. There's things that we can do here at the board to control those costs. So we need to keep that in mind as we move forward with that and making sure that we have taxpayer protections in place to make sure that we're getting the best and most competitive bidding environment for our buildings. And I just think that's the totality when you look at it. I know Supervisor Williams has long advocated for more workforce housing, and I'm open to that, but I want to see its details that we're going to need to see in the future, and I look forward to having those discussions here as well.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I want to thank you too for taking this task on. When you look at this campus, this thing that strikes me is how haphazard and random the buildings that exist are, and that having this master plan, hopefully will prevent that from happening, because this land is extremely valuable and it should be developed really efficiently, and it wasn't. It's amazing how inefficient it is, and it's hard to retrofit something like that, but I do still think that we are approaching this from a suburban campus development perspective rather than really focusing on a site plan that makes the maximum, most efficient use of the land as the driving engine. That's what I would be doing myself, I think. And that's hard, and it might require grading, but this is an asset that's going to be permanently available to the community that will only become more valuable. And I look at the result, and it's jamming things a little closer together. But look at the amazing empty spaces on this map. And so I would urge you to really look really hard at that. And then I think just a reality check, just to make sure I am on track here. All these buildings, ultimately need to be replaced because these maintenance costs are going to eat you alive. But there is a huge gulp to get to this. This is a $400 million plan. If you didn't borrow the money, if you had it and you could just allocate it over 30 years, you'd be spending about $13 million a year, which is not crazy given the scale of what you're talking about doing. But the maintenance costs and the deferred maintenance costs are in the neighborhood. I don't know precisely, but I'm just doing the math, with the slides. A couple $1 million a year. So there's, we're talking about a $10 or $11 million net cost, not anything that's a trade-off. It's a lot of money. And so the first thing that we need to do is to really figure out how much space we need. We're in a very dynamic moment in time, and COVID has changed things. And I think as every month goes on, we're realizing how fundamentally COVID has changed things. There's a lot fewer people in this building. There's a lot fewer people, working in offices, and we really got to figure that out. What do we truly need to build? And I don't know. I know you've done some work in that respect, but I don't know that we know yet. So I just really think designing every single one of these buildings, with an urban context, fronting on a street, like you would do it downtown, in the long run is the most efficient way to use this land. And you got to figure an edge somewhere, because the most recent buildings that were built in bizarre ways, at angles that have no relationship to any kind of grid and any kind of urban environment. But what you're building is the same thing. It's just tighter together. So I know you know urban design. I know you know new urbanism. I know you've embraced that. Your challenge is trying to apply it to this campus and this plan. And honestly, I just don't see it.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first off, I want to say you were charged with, taking a a room full of toys that are scattered all over the place and trying to put them in the correct spot. I think the other reason why we got to this crazy mishmash is that, I think, reading the staff report, we bought the property in 1910. So it's been Frankenstein together since then. What was probably a good idea in 1953 to put this over here doesn't really relate to what we're doing today. And exactly to Supervisor Hart's point, it's an interesting time for us to be analyzing this and dissecting it and figuring out where we're going to go in the next 30 or 40 years, right when we're in this transition of what does the workplace look like anymore. Talking to a lot of people in the private sector, and just like us, one of their driving costs is how to house their employees, and energy costs, and buildings, and do we really need these things? And do we need them to the scale of what we needed them in the past? The price tag alone is just so staggering. It's hard. When I look at widening the 101, that was took us 25, 30 years to figure out how we were going to do it, is in this neighborhood of cost. So we'd have to get pretty creative. I'm not getting too worried about exactly making commitments right now because the price tag's so huge that I understand that this is going to be something we're going to have to do in very small bites along the way, but I know we want to get started on it. I agree with Supervisor Hart also that I know it's hard for us to do as a government agency, but a lot of our buildings are sitting on some of the most prime real estate in the world. And I don't think we've ever looked at, not since I've been here, some new creative open ideas about how do we maximize the return of that while still being able to do the job that we do. And I know people are, once you start talking about this building or any other of our government buildings, somehow we've grown attached to them like they are sacred cows. But for me, the mission of the county is not to have an awesome building, it's to provide services to people. And if we can do a better job providing services with having less of a structure, that's something I'm interested in. So I'm not exactly sure where all my colleagues are and what we would be doing with that other space. I know Supervisor Williams would like to put housing there. I'm not sure if that's something you would think that the county would own the housing or we sell it out to a developer or what exactly the situation is. But I'm open to all ideas because what we have right now, quite frankly, doesn't work for anybody. So I am right now just interested. I went through all the slides with you. I think it's well thought out as far as the financial part of it and which way we would need to go. But I'm not sure policy-wise what's the smartest if that's the direction we really want to go. So I'm kind of open to everything, but like I said, I think for me the most important thing is kind of getting rid of the old mentality of these are the buildings that we're in, this is how we do things when things are rapidly changing right now in a really dynamic work environment.
Supervisor Williams?
I just wanted to get sort of an understanding of, maybe the nature of the cold feet just a little bit more. So I heard one question of whether this scale of square footage is ultimately needed. And I want to make sure I got that right. And then the other one was a design thing. And I just, I want to maybe speak to the design thing because I think this happens very often early on in processes. We haven't expended money for architects and for renderings and for all that sort of stuff that really takes, so I mean, typically this early in projects, and I know you're going to remember this one because you've been through enough projects yourself, they all look blockish and ugly, right? You know, like, and usually that's when members of the public go crazy before they see any renderings or other things, because you know, you really can't, without additional expense, be visioning in that manner. I mean, I think we would hold ourselves to an aesthetic standard that is appropriate for the age and for our community, you know? But I do hear the square footage question, and I think maybe then the question for staff is, and for the supervisors in general, is knowing that some of these things are kind of more clear than the other, especially some of these things earlier on in the workflow, like, you know, the puff isn't going to last forever, you know. You know, we need massive changes to the healthcare campus. You know, is there, and maybe the suggestion is to wrestle with, is there enough here to be proceeding on environmental review so that we can start those processes while giving direction on really critical thinking about the ultimate amount of square footage that's needed. And if less square footage is needed, then we can either spend less money or we have more room for workforce housing, right? Yeah. And ultimately, I just want to very much explain my vision, you know, in the workforce housing model, because it intersects with these, particularly at that big 4 building and potentially at the juvenile hall. The programs that Cottage and UCSB have ultimately require, it's essentially for sale housing that the occupant is required to sell under certain conditions to another employee, right? And some models require them to sell it upon retirement or soon after, or upon severance. Some do not. I would advocate the model that does require you to do that, so that we have an amount of housing that recycles, that we don't get into this situation where we've taken care of the problem or helped the problem for one generation, but then we need to acquire more land or do more projects for future generations. To me, the model should be self-replicating to some extent. And how that's done, I don't presume to have all the answers. My idea in doing it is to try to do it in a way, some manner that expands the sort of the eligibility of our employees for acquiring housing, such as, this is only one way to do it, but such as you know, selling a unit to an employee where they're required to get an 80% loan, 10% down, and where we're the holder as an IOU for the additional 10%. So it becomes a revenue-producing arrangement for the county, but we're doing so in a way that an employee would be eligible for housing that would otherwise not be eligible for housing on the South Coast, because they're putting a 10% down instead of a 20% down.
Let's see, I had just a very simple question to start off with. For the one-stop permit shopping, I didn't hear environmental health, and that's a key one in my mind that really needs to be, a lot of building involves them, and there's, if we want to encourage collaboration, and that's one that I would include if that's an opportunity. Any comments or?
No, we'd love to have environmental health. I mean, I think it's a one-stop shop for any of the permitting that we might need across the county, depending on what the individual or the group may need, so.
And then my my next point is, I'm persuaded by your argument that there's a lot of efficiencies to be gained by consolidating our operations. And and where do we have land to do that? And it's here. I think it would be interesting to have an analysis of how many employees are in Mid-County, how many are in North County, how many in South. But I suspect that it's pretty well distributed now. So I am not bothered by the idea of creating a central campus here. And I think, you know, our county's big enough. We need North and South. I'm scratching my head a bit about Supervisor Hart's idea about new urbanism. I think grids are, what we'd like to see is a more walkable community with plazas where people interact, and parking isn't everywhere. And to me, that's the kind of design. So I think Supervisor Hart, if you want to explain more about that, I'd be eager to hear.
Yeah, I'm not an architect, but I have done a lot of, been by just my jobs over time, seen a lot of design. And I think what I would do is I would start with Calle Real because it's the most publicly visible section. And I would treat that edge of this design as the way to define what this is going to look like. And then I would use Community del Remedio as the other edge and have those, those edges look like they belong there and were intentionally designed there to meet exactly what you're describing, to make it fit in, with its height and the variation of the architecture and, standard downtown level of detail. And cars would be in the back, hidden. And I think that approach would result in a much more efficient use of that land. And I think you could consolidate everything you're doing in a smaller footprint, leaving more land available for other purposes. Now, obviously, you're trying to work with an existing buildings environment that has no relationship to that at all. But fortunately, that Calle Real edge is pretty open. And I think you have an opportunity there at that corner of Calle Real, Community del Remedio to define what this is going to look like, and then work from that point back. But, and maybe the health building that you're proposing needs to go there along that street front, and because it is the highest priority. So that's what I would do. I would be looking at this from a site planning standpoint. I understand you're going to revise the specific architecture of every building, and they're all going to have lots of design and lots of good treatment. But when you show the plan that shows these diagonal buildings all over the place because the other buildings were put on a diagonal, you're perpetuating the same thing.
And is that a hard thing to correct or to adjust?
No, again, I think that we have the opportunity here to make some adjustments as the campus itself goes through the design development process. I think we are going to be looking for efficiencies in terms of buildings uses and tenants, as well as just the connectivity to building. I think that's very important. It's one of the issues that came up in many of the interviews that we did, is it's just the current campus is not well connected. And I don't disagree. I mean, we can certainly harden the edges. We can move some of the buildings in certain locations. There are some infrastructure obstacles that we do have, but nothing can't. There's very little that can't be overcome. So yeah, I do believe that we have an opportunity to make some minor changes.
CEO Miyasato.
So supervisors, that's why we're having this discussion today. And I do appreciate Supervisor Hart because looking at good urban design. And so a couple of things for the board to consider would be, we're presenting this for the first time to you in a public setting to have this discussion. I was just talking to Mr. Frappwell, and I had a chance to talk to Patrick, obviously. But if you do want to, they are working, they said, given all the interviews they did, talking to different folks, board members and staff and users, facilities. If you wanted us to do more of an urban feel, like a grid, put in different things, increase densities in some areas, we could do that. That would be a different plan. But we could do that. This plan, I think, to start an EIR, we need square footages, and we would want to figure out what the maximum would be for EIR purposes. But we also need to know general locations, I believe, for, to figure out where traffic would be generated, et cetera, and what impacts would be. But this is your time to tell us. And as much effort and time we spent in this is your vision. And, and some of the things that Supervisor Nelson also said was, look, are there other things that we might better place in North County or Mid-County? And as the chair said, well, this is the land we own. This is the largest land we own. But we could also say what potentially, if that's where we're going to go. So I guess from my perspective, this is planning so out into the future. We want to get started with some things, but if your preference is for a different type of design, you should let us know today. And Mr. Frappel, anything more to add to that?
Thank you for that. I think, part of what you're seeing here, and I appreciate it's not on a great urban grid, but part of what you're seeing here is a function of topography of the site and watersheds. So we can certainly look at it, how do we square that up? How do we make it more efficient? Happy to do that. I'm looking at where 2A and 7B are in that, and it would be nice if it lined up neatly with the street. But that's also a watershed area that comes down through there. So that's a planning constraint we would have, and so we certainly, that doesn't dismiss or negate the ability to square this up and make things more efficient, but it is just a constant that we have to account for.
And that is very helpful. And I for one, am not, I think Supervisor Hart raises a very important point, how it integrates with the neighboring adjacent communities. But a grid, for me, isn't the end-all and be-all of urban design. In fact, I think some of the most charming places aren't on grids. That's kind of abstract and just forced onto things. One of our greatest assets, of course, is this building. And I think it would be interesting to hear from colleagues if how they think about staying here forever, or whether we're at all open to selling this building and what this building might be worth. Supervisor Williams?
What I hope in this and in the question of this building is what is going to be the most easy to commute to, and what is going to be the easiest to get to for our customers, our constituents. For that reason, okay, you need to have a social services North County, and you need to have a social services South County. You just do. I think it's important for general services staff to wrestle with that and continue to ask the question, even if we're ready to move forward, which ones of these do we really need? Are there any that would be better elsewhere? And I, for one, while this place is a lot more convenient for me personally than the county campus would be, I'm a small minority of the workforce, and I want to look at where the workforce is. And it seems to me a lot of our workforce is there are a lot of Ventura County workers that work for us, and I suppose that they're aligned with me personally. But we have much more workers that live in Goleta, in the San Ynez Valley, and in North County. And so it seems that from a commute perspective, that's clear. From a serving the public perspective, I don't know for sure. I think that would be some wrestling that would need to go through on. But I would think that that would probably be the case, that ultimately an administration building there would be easier for more members of the public to get to as well. And if that's the case, then we use this place, which is prime real estate, for something that is ultimately self-defeating for our own workers and for the public. If that's the conclusion of looking at those numbers, then I'd be at peace with moving it and using this site, to ensure the economic survivability of people in the South County by making this would be an incredible site that the community of Santa Barbara could be used to our constituents' advantage.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Yeah, that kind of gets back again to where I was saying that we need to focus on what is got to be regionalized, what fits for South Coast. If we're just looking at this master plan, otherwise we need to look at a county-wide master plan. To answer Chair Hartman's question, the only building, in my opinion, that's untouchable is the courthouse down here. Other than that, I think everything's up to negotiations at some point. What is the cost-benefit analysis? How do we run a better organization? And again, this project, for the scope of it, you guys did a great job, but there are bigger questions out there that we still need to answer as a board. One-stop shop permitting, that probably should be mid-county, right? I mean, because that's, most of the growth that we're going to see is going to be, north and south. Or else we're going to have to duplicate that function, a north and a south one-stop shop planning. I see the Ag Commissioner's office is in here. It's another 5,000 square feet. Most of our agricultural operations up north. So again, I would like to see, if we do move forward with this plan, things that are really, regionalized that we need no matter what. Behavioral wellness, public health. I don't think we're going to see a change with the sheriff's campus there. I mean, that's kind of a function that we've decided we're going to go north and south on that with the jail. At least some of us have, and that doesn't seem to be going away. To really improve those functions first, and then see where we can keep space available for the future to either sell off or develop as we see these demographic changes.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is the curse of having a spread out, geographically spread out county, because just yesterday I had to deal with very upset constituent because the elections office in Santa Maria is not open 24/7, 7 days a week, and so I tried to explain, well, as we get closer to elections, someone's going to be here. He's like, yeah, but I'm not driving to Santa Barbara. I'm not. And so I get regionalization. However, if you put it in mid-county, I think we get to that part where now we've made both sides mad, right? So nobody Santa Maria wants to drive to Buellton to get a permit. Nobody from Santa Barbara wants to drive to Buellton to get a permit.
And Buellton is surrounded by a lot of agricultural land. It's just a small community, a square mile. So I think that's a real constraint.
Yeah. So I feel bad because I'm always one of these people that gets upset when people come to me and they say this is a problem and that's a problem, but I'm always like, okay, well, what's your solution? And I'm not bringing one today, so that's not good. And I'm not married to this building at all. I think this is, you're right. The courthouse is hands off, but for me, this building just sits on a really sweet piece of property and piece of land, and this is probably not the ultimate use for it. So, and I think it's very valuable, and we could fund some of the other things that we want to do elsewhere. But I think we just have to come to grips with the fact that we are geographically spread out. We have to maximize what our constituents expect, and that is, it's not just social services and mental health and the important, very, very important things that we do that have to be in both locations, but even the smaller things, people just have to be able to access our services, and they can't do that driving a half hour or 45 minutes somewhere. So I know this is the first time we're discussing it, and I'm sure you guys are like, we're not getting a lot of great direction, but it's, this is something that's going to take a long time. It's not going to happen next month.
So let me ask, are you saying then we need 2 centers, north and south? Is that your,
Well, I think we have almost everything that we need in the north. I don't really feel like I'm sending people south for anything except elections. And that's not all the
is
time.
our elections down here open 24/7?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure. Well, not 24/7. I'm not saying 24/7. I'm saying every day of the week, year round.
Oh, okay.
Right. So in Santa Maria, it's limited to just right around election time. People get freed up to come up to Santa Maria and work up in that area. And that's something I can work with Joe with and figure out how to get more coverage. But I don't think just taking everything and moving it to the middle is the answer either. I think we really need 2 distinctive, we're too far away from each other to be able to just put services in one or the other, or even in the middle. So not a lot of help, but.
Well, I think that is helpful, and I'm just thinking about Supervisor Nelson's thought. I think to develop an entire countywide master plan is we would be planning forever, but maybe there's a way that we could at least descriptively figure out theoretic, what belongs where are we underserved? Would something like that work? Could somebody help me articulate better what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and that's, maybe I was doing a very poor job communicating. I think our focus early on should be things that we know that are going to be South County no matter what happens. Population shifts, what the need is already there. I know this is forward-looking to try to say, hey, what other uses can we co-locate? Maybe if we got rid of this building, maybe if something happened in the future, how do we get as much stuff on a kind of county campus as possible? And I think this is, again, great job with that. But I do think we need to be asking ourselves some of these questions. Are these the best locations for some of these places that should be, maybe relocated?
CEO Miyasato.
This has been a very interesting morning. So it's from a public policy perspective and a staff perspective. And if I could do it over, and remember we started this before COVID, and it was a long period, and General Services began all this because this was staff generated for the public's knowledge, because the General Services saw the maintenance issues, and we had demands on the campus by all the different departments, and we're saying no, and this isn't the best, so we said we need to organize this better. And General Services, with the board support and knowledge, said let's do this. But it sounds like we should have stepped even before that to get maybe even some kind of facilitated discussion among your board, because I'm still not sure if your priorities are the priorities that we've articulated today. So that's one thing. But the other thing, we do have properties, getting to the specific issue, we do have properties in North County. We have Foster Road. Obviously we have the Santa Maria Center, Better Center that we use. And so maybe it's looking at some of the land that we do own. Is there better, in parallel to this, is there better uses of that? Is there more efficiencies? And we have county services throughout. We have them in Lompoc. We have different places. And so we're not efficient, but because we want to serve our public. We want to be where the public is. And particularly on our public health clinics, as you know, we have mental health sites, or Be Well, or contracted services in different locations. And as far as county government, the administration of county government, I don't know of many counties that actually have 2 administration centers. I mean, even large counties have it in one place. The County of Ventura has it in one place. Now, they're a big county. Contra Costa, Riverside, all these large counties, they usually have one government center, but they have services directly impacting their community in different locations. And so we have some kind of hybrid mix of that. So the degree that we end up having 2 administration types of centers, I don't think that's the wisest use of public money, because we need to consolidate those things. But services definitely should be out in the community. And I think we strive to do that, and we do that right now. So going back to the Kyle master plan, we could look in parallel to this of looking at, what other opportunities are there in the other land that we own to see how efficient we can be. But I do want to get back to this plan, because that's what we're here today for. And as Mr. Frapwell had talked about some of the constraints on the land, but maybe at this point, I mean, we've set out different adjacencies, which is important for us because after all the interviews, this is what we think needs to go together. And I want to just stress to the public, this master plan is not about making life better for our employees. Our employees are dedicated. We have employees who don't have any air conditioning currently. We have employees with asbestos over their heads and tiles falling down, and that would be in my office. Our employees are dedicated, and they are not here because they have fancy buildings. So this is not about our employees as much as we want to ensure the health and safety of our employees, and we do. This is about better service to the public and us needing an opportunity to make it more accessible to the public and better and easier for them to use. And you're all right that we don't know what services the public is going to be using, but we know we have a puff where some days there's no air conditioning. We know that we need to do a better job of integrating mental health and public health into a healthcare campus where it's easier for people to go to and get services. So all of that, I think the most important thing for us was looking at the adjacencies and the combination of how those work, and we're trying to do the site. So if you could tell us maybe today I think you've talked about, I guess I don't know what the board majority is on this, but what are the things that you've liked that we've done, or what are the things you'd like us to go back and change, if anything?
And before we get to that, I think the adjacencies, that's a fundamental principle that we think will better serve the public. And is there an argument for why they need to be in South County? Are those the kinds of adjacencies that are, it's not administrative, it's more service oriented. So could you elaborate on that a bit?
Well, I think that part of it is we have shown some of our public health clinics are mental health clinics. So we have those in North and South. So the South County Clinic is on that piece of land. So that's one thing. We have the PUF. We're always, we've done lots of different studies about what's our whole mental health needs. And so that's currently here. If there's another location we think better, or if there's more beds, if we get the IMD waiver, all those kinds of things that could be expanded, and we've talked about that. And so we have crisis services here. And I'm talking about just the beginning, the 1A of the Be Well building. I think a lot of those services should be here, and we are replicating those services in North County. As far as the other things, the Commons buildings where we have the Ag Commission, Employees University, those kinds of things, the Ag Commission also has offices in North County, right? So again, this is a duplication of office buildings. And the One-Stop Permit Center we're having here, maybe we could look at what could be done at Foster Road as well. I mean, those are the kinds of things we're looking at. But I think the one thing that the staff came up with they thought was most important was trying to consolidate and get a better healthcare building. And plus, the state has been saying you need to do a better job. Given the pandemic, all public health departments need to do a better job of ensuring they have the right facilities and staff.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, my understanding is we should, at least at the initial stages, concentrate on what is necessary for environmental review, right? We can do, with environmental review, we can do environmental review and then choose to not do something. But my understanding with environmental review is you want to put in all the things that you may do, or at least as much as possible that you may do, because you can always decide to not do something going forward. And I would particularly ask you guys to look at the slide for the health campus. What of this would we not need, right? I mean, we need all of this stuff. Some of these are things that we also have a need in the north, but we have need in both sides of the county, to Mr. Lavanina's point. My sense is let's try to, with some guidance to staff, be able to move forward on environmental review. And if in the future we are in a situation where we double up on workstations because we've created a good hybrid work environment, then that's awesome. That's great. And we can build the building smaller, or we can have more room for other purposes.
So today, it's just a receive and file. You're not really even asking us for direction about commencing environmental review. Is that correct? That would come back?
Madam Chair, on your on the board letter, we're asking specific to receive and file, correct? I think it's, what we were hoping today is to create a forum to hear from each of you with respect to your relative priorities as we move forward. I think that, although we don't need formal action from your board today, if kind of the consensus is that we move forward to initiate the environmental process, then we would go out to bid and find a firm to help us with that, and that ultimately would come back to your board for ultimate approval prior to any start. I do think that what we can work on as staff is to look at configurations of the blocks here on the map to maximize efficiency, to make sure that we're creating an environment which most effectively offers and presents services to the residents that need them. So we can look at that, different ways of doing that. I think the environmental review is kind of it's going to be focused on mass, it's going to be focused on services, it's going to be focused on the number of constituents that we serve. It's going to be looking at general traffic. A programmatic EIR is looking broadly, and then as the board directs, if we're moving forward in any specific facility, then there's a kind of environmental review there to ensure consistency with the programmatic EIR and to address if there's not consistency. So I'm hoping today to make sure that we understand your board's collective priority and direction.
CEO Miyasato, did you have more to add?
No, Supervisor, I think Mr. Frappel articulated it well, that I think given your discussion today, the adjacencies, the blocks, those kinds of things, staff would then work to see what our next steps were, and if there were contracts to be brought back for the board to start other types of work, we would bring that back to the board.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Thank you. One thing I would like is to see for us just generally, what is the value of this building that we're in? And I think that'd be interesting.
I do too, and it might be a way we could jumpstart this effort depending on the phasing, which is quite complex.
My guess is the building is not worth very much, but the land is worth ungodly amounts of money.
Supervisor, I would just caution you because I think we all hope and wish that this land is valuable. It really is depending on what the ultimate use would be, and that's going to be, yeah, and that's a policy discussion for the board in the future, because even if we wanted to do housing, just looking at what the city of Santa Barbara has gone through, to maximize the value, it'd be luxury housing, but I don't think the board would want to be doing that. Some of you may, some of you may not. So again, all the policy discussions will then probably dictate the value of the land.
Okay, so some of the themes we've heard are adjacency and how it relates to the surrounding neighborhood. This issue of north-south, and I think there's more to be done there to help us understand that a little better. It may already exist, or it would be another phase, what we would do elsewhere, but just to have that whole context in mind, I think is important. And I think we are, I mean, I think you heard something important about this building, that we understand that this is an asset and that it may enable us to get a more coherent campus, and we're open to that. So I think, and I guess I'd just like to get a sense, are the board members, although we're not voting on that at this moment, is initiating a programmatic EIR something that we're willing to endorse?
Chair Hartman, yeah, I mean, as we know with an EIR, we can do less. And so I think as expansive as possible is a good strategy, so I support that.
Okay, and Supervisor Lavanino? Yes, and I am a yes,
I'm a emphatic yes, you know.
and Supervisor Hart? Okay, I think, is there any other questions that you think staff would help you in your further work?
Well, first off, I just enjoyed the conversation today. This is planning. This is planning at a master level, and I really appreciate the comments. We're hearing some good things. We had great conversations prior to this individually, and I think we're hearing some things that help provide us with some future vision. So thank you for that.
Well, and thank you. There was an enormous amount of work that went into this, and then especially the chart with the economics. And I think you've got all our attention with the maintenance costs and, you know, trying to address that going forward. It's just kind of money down the drain. Okay, I think then we need a motion to receive and file and determine that this is exempt from CEQA.
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So, closed session. County Council, what will we be doing in closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have quite a few items today for closed session. We have 2 cases of existing litigation, Scott versus County of Santa Barbara and XHR Santa Barbara LLC versus the county. Both of them are Santa Barbara County Superior Court cases. We have 1 case of anticipated litigation. The Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Directors for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Significant exposure to civil litigation, 1 case. We have conference with labor negotiators, all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. The agency designated representatives are CEO Mona Miyasato and HR Director Maria Elena de Guevara. And we have real property negotiators. Conference with real property negotiators. There's 4 properties. APN 128085044, the Southside Parkway and Center Parkway in Santa Maria, California. And the agency negotiator, Jeanette Pell, negotiating party, Elizabeth Funk, with behalf of Dignity Moves. We have APN 059140029, a series of addresses at that the Cal Real campus. Again, it's Jeanette Pell for agency and Elizabeth Funk for Dignity Moves for the negotiating party. We have APN 099420016, 2025 Sweeney Road in Lompoc. Agency negotiator Jeanette Pell, a negotiating party Sylvia Bernard on behalf of Good Sam. And APN 061040012, 4500 Hollister Avenue in Santa Barbara. Again, it's Jeanette Pell, negotiating party Elizabeth Funk on behalf of Dignity Moves. And for all of these items under negotiation is price and terms of payment. And we have 1 item of anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, 1 case.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I was just checking to see if there's any public comment at this point for closed session.
Madam Chair, we do not have any requests to speak.
All right, thank you. I just want to comment on a public comment letter that came in this morning about closed session. I just want to, that somehow our board is not being transparent with our work in the homelessness world, and I just think that's absurd and really embarrassing. This board for the last 2 years has spent significant time having public hearings and discussions about dealing with the homelessness issues in our community that are impacting our businesses, our waterways, our hospital beds, and we're going to continue to have these discussions as a group and publicly. You know, I know Supervisor Lavanino and I, along with Mayor Patino and Councilwoman Waterfield, have been working together on finding some solutions in the Santa Maria Valley, and the idea that we're doing things behind closed doors or outside the view of public or without representation is absurd and embarrassing, and I just wanted to say that for the record.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with that. It's, you know, anybody driving through Santa Maria can witness the explosion of homeless encampments along the freeway, in the riverbeds, in the city parks, in residential areas. It's just flat out unacceptable. We have to address it. And we can argue all day about why people are there. Is it due to the high cost of housing? Is it due to drugs and alcohol? Is it due to mental health, untreated mental health issues? Is it due to the breakdown of the family structure? Yes, to all of those things. And but the people I speak to that are constituents, they want this addressed. Of course, many of the solutions they provide to me are basically illegal in the state of California, so we can't do those things. But what is amazing to me is that some of the people that are really opposed to some of the things that we're doing are also very religious. And for me, it's just shocking that we're supposed to ignore some of these things. And so when I read that email this morning talking about it's a new woke strategy that we're helping the homeless, I'll just say, I'll quote something from a book that many of those people that are opposed to this hold very dear, and that's the Bible. And there's a passage that came to mind that says, "For I was hungry, you gave me food. I was thirsty, you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me." And people will say, well, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you as a stranger and welcome you? And the answer will be, truly I say to you that as you did it to one of the least of my brethren, you did it to me. And so I know not everybody agrees with all of the strategies, but the idea to simply ignore these people because they're outside, it's unethical, it's immoral, and I'm going to do everything that we can to try to provide a humane answer to this, while at the same time, providing protections for those people who will be around these areas that we're going to try to establish that will benefit the community at large. I've already been asked about things like, well, is there going to be security at these sites? Yes. Is there going to be wraparound services? Yes. Well, will there be impacts to the businesses nearby? Of course, but those businesses are already impacted by the homeless. So we're going to be doing our best, and I guess that's all I want to say at this time. But if you don't agree with the strategy, please just agree with the idea that.
Thank you so much for that passage from Matthew. That is what county government does, the safety net. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I've always been tremendously inspired by that passage. You know, Christians usually call that the sheep and the goats, because there's another side of that passage too, which
I didn't go there.
The ramifications of not having compassion. But you know, what I've always noticed about that which is really the mission statement of human compassion, really, like for 2,000 years, that passage is, and there's no out of oh, you know, unless you're smelly, or unless you're ornery, or unless you're difficult to deal with. There's no out like that. There's no absolving of compassion just because we're dealing with a difficult population to have compassion for. And I would just say there is no double standard with the private sector. If someone wants to do this on a private parking lot, we're going to open up doors for them like this. So I challenge somebody to have the courage to propose that, and then we'll see, you know, if there really is any double standard, because we have been desperately looking for private locations willing to do this as well, because we want to make a dent in the homeless. We want the public to see a reduction of homelessness, not a holding static. So am inspired by the courage of my colleagues, and this is definitely one of the days I'm proud to be serving with y'all.
So closed session, we've completed our business agenda for today, except closed session will be back about 1:15, 1:30.
Madam Chair, I would say my goal is an hour and a half. There's been a few items that have been added since then, but I think we can still make it. And maybe even a little earlier if we move fast.
So somewhere between 1 and 1:15, we hope. All right. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the September 13th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors after closed session. County Council, would you please report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session on 2 cases of existing litigation, Scott versus County of Santa Barbara and XHR Santa Barbara LLC versus the county. 1 case of anticipated litigation as the Board of Directors for the Flood Control District, significant exposure to civil litigation. 1 case. Conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. Conference with real property negotiators for Southside Parkway and Center Point Parkway in Santa Maria, the Cal Real campus in Goleta, the 2025 Sweeney Road in Lompoc, and 4500 Hollister Avenue in Santa Barbara. And 1 item of anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, 1 case, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. With that, we are adjourned to Tuesday, September 20th in Santa Barbara.